doing? We good? Sorry about the mix-up today. It was entirely my fault, for what it's worth. I forgot to ask for the capture card before my roommate went to bed. That's okay, because now we've got cuter Saru. Brandon, hi! How you doing? Hi, Katham. And Cheeky, hello! Hi, you guys. But I do have the capture card now, so we're gonna work on this for like 10 minutes, and then I will put it to a little vote. And maybe we'll switch to DGS. Let us see what happens next. Oh my god. Everything is so much all the time with DGS. Why we're drawing them chilling, so that we do not have to think about how much everything is. Strawberry, hi! How are you? Are you vibing? Lawyer best friend. I love them so much. Brady, hello! How are you today? Sorry if I seem a little out of sorts. I had a stressful 30 minutes. But it's all good now. You're just fine. Oh, his headband string. I'm gonna get them in on this sketch as well. Yeah, I'll go around behind you. The round pop show be happening all of a sudden from the relatively slow build up thus far. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about everything. I won't say spoilers while we're not streaming DGS, because I don't want to spoil it for anyone who may be hanging out here who is not watching the DGS streams. But our new friend who we're not talking about, I'm very worried that we might end up having to face them in court. I think that would be extremely juicy and extremely harmful for my heart, which is exactly what makes me think it will happen. I was talking to one of my roommates about it. I was like, no, you have to listen to what happened in the game. It was deranged. And she was like, wait a minute, so do you think that you'll have to like go up against him in court? Gosh, hi. The music's too loud? Thank you for letting me know. Tell me if that's better. Yeah? Pug. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, all I think about now is Asogi and Harlock. Think about Harlock a lot. More than his thing. Should see his headband at the back, right? Oh, headband's back. The tires like that. That's the way it should be. The only thing's worth thinking about. Let me just, yeah. Why don't we try and work out the flow of his headband like this? This brushwork, yeah. Something that looks pleasing. That's nice. Ah, lay down. Can we talk about the new Peachcut profile picture on twitter.com/Peachcut, please? I love it, I'm glad. I've been wanting a new one for a while because my current one, on most things, my previous one on Twitter, is a little outdated. It was from something that I did not put much work into. Here it is. And so it's quite crunchy. But where on earth did I save the new one? Oh, that's right. It's just, yeah. Now we've got this, which I think is cute. I am putting it on Twitter first and seeing how I feel about it and if I want to change it, and then I will put it elsewhere. Me wishing I could think about being in love with fictional characters? Why can't you? I love that style so much. I'm glad! It's something I've been exploring a lot recently. And it's really fun to draw in because it's so easy. I was up at like 6 AM this morning before I went to bed. And I'm like, no, I have to draw Susato. I have to draw Ryu. I have to draw Kazuma. I'm glad you guys like it. Okay. For this part, you don't actually see that goes behind him. So, and then I guess the other part of it just follows the same arc, more or less. Probably do that. No drawing red though. I feel that like when you get gripped by the art urge, exactly. You just have to. Yeah, I put together a little look and then I was like, I can't stop. I'm not going to bed. I have to keep going. I had a fun night last night. I spent ages just marathoning Doctor Who. Just random episodes. It is so stupid sometimes. And then I couldn't watch, I wanted to watch Blink, the Weeping Angels episode, but I couldn't do it last night because it would freak me out too much, so I did it today. And it was just as good as I remember it being. Doctor Who, my beloved. Who's everyone's favourite Doctor? Matt Smith is the one I've seen the most of, but I am a David Tennant fan. Eccleston? Interesting, rare choice. Love to see it. And Tennant. It made me sit and paint Barack Van Zieks for a good 3 hours staring at concept art. Love that for you. Joms? Okay, Brady's got the only right answer here. He sort of is a bit of a Doctor Who character. A bit larger than life. I haven't watched Doctor Who, but I like Tennant and Eccleston. I haven't seen the, is she number 13? I know the numbering gets all weird because Tennant got 2 regenerations. But I haven't seen that Doctor, but the one before, Capaldi. I didn't like him at first, but he really grew on me. He's quite good. Jody's Doctor is good, but the writing is horrible. That's a little bit how I felt about Capaldi as well. I didn't like that there was no growth arc. Shout out to people who have also watched the same H-Bomber Guy Doctor Who video that I have. I don't think it was a Doctor Who video specifically, I think it was part of the Sherlock one. It was on Moffat's writing. But yeah. I don't know if it feels to me that the Doctor Who writing has gotten significantly worse because it has, or just because I've gotten older and therefore can see it now. I eventually got sick of Moffat and stopped caring to watch during Matt Smith and would have liked to get to the next Doctor otherwise. Yeah, I get that. There's definitely a couple of really good Matt Smith episodes. For me, I find that, like, Clara carries the series. Amy's great too. But yeah, I definitely watched a lot of that for Clara. Clara was completely, in 2014, I think everything I did, whenever I would get dressed, I would be like, okay, but do I look like Clara Oswald? No, get changed. Can't believe Moffat was a British cultural export for so long. Yeah, he really let him get away with a lot. The red. Okay, not that. Yes. Alright, doing my little file sorting. But yeah, there are some bonkers episodes. I want to get back to the one about... I know there's that series they do with the cloned people. That's not specific at all. That's not anywhere near enough information. I remember how they resolve it, but I don't remember how it starts, which is why I want to rewatch it. But I don't remember which Doctor it is. It involves Torchwood. Perhaps I will eventually rewatch all of them. Which arc? Wish I could tell you. Wish I remembered more than a singular detail. We're on Earth. There's some kind of like There's a pair of twins, but one of them's an alien. They're not really twins, they were deliberately. Torchwood, that'd be 10 then, if I recall that's the only doctor that interacted with Torchwood. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 10. Yeah, I watched all the Jack Harkness episodes again. Jack Harkness, my beloved. He is so cocky and stupid. We love that in a man. I only think of the Goo Acid People episode. I feel like that also describes multiple episodes. They sure did make a lot of Doctor Who. They are still making a lot of Doctor Who. Ryunosuke is so baby. Sunboy allowed. I cat him. I remember a pair of twins. Yeah, that's fair. They weren't like twins as much as they were clones of each other, and they were instrumental to avoiding like some kind of nuclear war type situation. He is so shape. Thank you, Nuri, for making him so shape. One F that stuck in my head is one with some alien spider queen and 10 goes on a massive speech. I just rewatched that one. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. One I think about a lot is actually a Howdy episode where they encounter two-dimensional beings. I thought the way that one was executed was really, really interesting. And kind of scary. There are plenty of Doctor Who episodes that are just like funny, but then there is that unique handful that terrorize me. Anyway, I know I said I would put it to a poll if we draw or play DGS, but then I realized that I really want to play DGS, so I'm sorry I'm not giving you a choice. We'll draw for a little bit longer, and then I will switch us over. It is nice to be drawing. I've been drawing all day, but it's nice to be drawing on Steam. We've been playing so much DGS, I've missed this. But we have to finish it. Moreover, I have to find out if our friend is who we think our friend is. Not our friend, our new person. I feel like if anything is going to be spoiled for me at the convention, it will be that. So hopefully that reveal happens before the very end of the game. So I'm not sure how far we can get it when we can. Forgive my idiocy, but DGS is the game, right? It's not called The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. No, you're fine! Sorry, this is fandom brain. So it's called The Great Ace Attorney, but that gyakuten saiben, DGS, means The Great Ace Attorney. So the mainline series, which I call AA a lot, is just gyakuten saiben, and then this one is da gyakuten saiben. So DGS is just the Japanese name. Yeah. Hi Kazuma, how you doing? You good? Yeah, sorry, there's a lot of inconsistencies. Because it came out as a fan translation first, before the localization, some of the names are different, a lot of the spellings are slightly different, and I'm so used to seeing everyone call it DGS that that's what it is in my head. No, I don't feel stupid, that is a completely reasonable question. Yeah, it's also a product of being on, not for DGS certainly, but for Ace Attorney being on AO3 because you see all of the Japanese names in the tags. I prefer calling Phoenix Naruhodo personally. Naruhodo is a really cool last name for these guys. But I don't know. Phoenix, I love it. Feeny, Nick, love it. Nira, hi! How you doing? How are you today? Keys, oh my god, hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Sorry if I seem really lackadaisical about the art today. I don't one of the reasons why I try not to sketch on stream is because my sketching process involves drawing over the same thing like 5 times in a row until I've finished refining it. Which is what we're doing now. And I realized I didn't have the capture card. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Sketch something really fast. But she woke up like 3 minutes before I was about to go live. Perfect timing. How does Ryu look? Oh, he looks baby. Okay, got something to clean up in the hair, but he's cute. All good, trying to finish D&D preps for the upcoming campaign. Pure struggle. Oh my god, you're so brave. Are you a player or are you DMing? How are you? What are you drawing today? That looks so cute. I'm really good. I'm drawing Asogi and Ryunosuke from The Great Ace Attorney. We were going to be playing The Great Ace Attorney, but I didn't have the capture card, and now I do have the capture card, so pretty good. Timmy! Sometimes I can still hear her voice. Who died? And Ali, hello! How you doing? You having a good night? Oh yeah, and something I wanted to mention. Ronnie was dead for a bit, yes. This is true. DMing, first time, no pressure. Oh my god, you're so brave. DMing is such hard work. I've never done it, but god, all of my DMs, I know they put in so much effort. It's really impressive. I hope it goes well. Good luck. I hope you don't have to stress too much. I hope you manage to miraculously plan for exactly the things that your players do. I'm so sleepy, but I need to get up. You've got things to do, Keys. You can do it. Will the DMs a kiss for your forehead? Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I've thought about DMing in the past, but in the end, I couldn't even get so far as scheduling the campaign. So I don't think it's a role for me. All the more reason to treasure the DMs I've been lucky to have. DMs are poggers, whether you make a campaign or just pull it from a bot. Exactly. Thank you, Lee. How you doing? You got all your prints done, Lee? We've got to get our prints ordered tonight, so that we can have them for the convention on the weekend. I wanted to churn this one out as a print, and then I thought about how stressful that would be, and then I decided that I won't. Oh my god, Ram! Which hotkey do I have? There we go. Thank you, Ali! Hogging. I'm enjoying it fully. All that possible loot and all that maps that I can draw for them. Oh, yeah, the maps. Well, that sounds really promising. I hope you have fun. Posture check. I've got my leg up on the chair like a gremlin, but my back is straight, so I think I pass. That's everyone else's posture. Don't shrimp. It's fail on the last one. Which was it? I haven't had a snoop through the sheets. I'm currently in a campaign that one of my friends is hosting, and boy, good boy or bad boy? I was gonna do a Rowlet one, but it was stressy. Oh my god. Not me trying to start a, oh, I won't say the name. Not me trying to start something for Pokemon Gen 9 and try and get it done by end of the day today with like a full background. Deranged. Actually, I won't show you guys the Pokemon, but I can show you the background that I was working on. But I will avoid spoilers. You know who else is a bad boy? Ryu. Beloved. He is such a good boy. Got a lot of color balancing to do, a lot of like bringing it in to do, but I got to this point and I was like, I'm gonna give myself an aneurysm if I try and get this finished. But I'm gonna have the new grass type in the middle here. I love waking up to the Discord server notification. Oh my god. Stressful. Wait, my voice makes you want to go rest again? True soothing. You have things to do. I believe it. Well, you know, I don't know your life. Maybe you don't have things to do. If you don't have things to do, I fully encourage you to go back to sleep. But if you do, you can do it. I believe in you. I still need to pack to fly down. Oh my god, you're flying down tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh my god. I get to see you tomorrow. That's so bogus. Whew. Yeah, I should probably make a trip into the city to pick up some last minute supplies. But I don't want to. I have things to do. You can do it, Keys. The last streams are very comfy. Wouldn't blame you if you fell back asleep. I'm glad you guys think so. We got vibes. Oh my god, we got Norse. I just care him so much. Cousin Murasogi, one of the characters ever. But yeah, I figure we'll finish this layer of refinements, and then switch over to DGS. One of the characters, yeah. I've escaped my sheets, Pog! You are doing so great, Keys. You've got this. Anyway, hopefully after the convention, I'll have time to come back to this one, do the, what's the word I'm looking for? Do the line work properly. Well, maybe we can line it on stream. Yeah, maybe once I get the sketch fully finished, we can line it on stream, and then we can color it on stream. I also need to buy last minute things from Nova. Do you need any, bags for prints? Because I think I should probably have a look around and pick some up. Ruby says there's an office supply store near our house, so hopefully we can go there. I wake up every morning and lay around in bed for like an hour because it's too comfy. Yeah, I woke up at 12 today and I got out of bed at 2. But in my defense, I woke up at 12 after 5 hours of sleep, so I was resting. Colors are hard. You can see all of the colors, right, Timmy? Isn't a will situation? Kind of bags? I have to check. I'm horrifically underprepared for this convention. It's a bit embarrassing. It's been creeping up on me. I haven't, like, thought about it enough. But I'm fairly sure I need more A4 bags. I think I'm good on little ones. I can see colors like Wheel Hog. Not me seeing you tweeting at 4 AM. Yeah! Why would you- not me seeing you like my tweet at 4 AM and going, someone else who shouldn't be awake. Need some display things? Ooh, Daiso trip. I might go tomorrow though, before you arrive. Because I need to get it done sooner, or it will weigh on me and I will be like, a task that I have to do. Dairy. It squints at me. Unbelievable. Drawing cards is so relaxing, except for when it's not. It's either like my favorite part of drawing or my least favorite part of drawing. Right now I am vlogging. Got his little badge there. Yeah. And the bottom of his leg. Here a little bit neater? Yeah! Okay. I think this will turn out cute. I care them so much. I care them so much! He's got phoenix hair. That's what at the back. Phoenixes does the movida before it gets big. I want to make it scruffier. Meth. Okay. Let me save this. Oh my god, I have not saved this at all while I've been working on it. BGS. Soryu. Take a shot every time streamer says she cares for character? Okay. Well, it's not my fault that the characters are poggers and I care for them. Get blackout drunk. Drinking games that kill. Let me open my conspiracy board so we have it, and then I suppose we will switch over to oh my god, I didn't finish remaking it. That's okay. This one? Yeah. I've been going back through. Where was I? On this one. Reorganizing all of my notes. Anyway, alright. We are about to start discussing the gyakuten saiben spoilers. We are up to the second game, the third case. I'm gonna give anyone who would like to avoid those spoilers a moment to leave. And we will switch to playing it. And yeah, as the same thing, you know, if you aren't interested in the gyakuten saiben or you don't want spoilers, feel free to just head off. Mad Woman board is smaller now. Yeah, I wanted to get rid of extraneous information so I could focus on the things that are important. Passed out last night on your stream? It do be like that sometimes. Sleepy time. Oh, and by the way, let me grab the link. I finished putting all of my, not my art VODs, I will get those up, but all of the DGS VODs so far are up on my new VODs channel. So let me grab you a link to that. I should set that up as a command, but I simply haven't yet. Here we go. So that is there, and art VODs will be available there as soon as I get around to uploading them. Okie dokie. Eat them? Illegal. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to discuss before I start is that I'm not going to be making it live yet, but I really enjoy setting up Discord servers, so I made one for fun. I haven't decided if it's something we're going to use now or if it's something that I will like activate in like 6 months, but I wanted to get a little like vibe check, see what people think about it. I know that Brady is down because Brady wants emotes, which will absolutely be available there, but I thought I would see what everyone else thinks. Now. And I'd be opening it up to like Twitter and stuff as well. People who don't necessarily come to the streams just to like talk about Ace Attorney and stuff. But yeah, I thought I'd see what the opinions on that are. I need emotes. I will get you emotes. If I decide that I won't be putting it up properly for a while, I will make just like a no chat server where you can't talk but you can harvest emotes. Baby, you're so cute. Bless. Oh, did that not work, Josh? As long as my name can be a cute minty green? Yeah! I put in one of every color. I got mint green. Yeah, I did get mint green. Whoa, Josh, you are so poggers. Look at you go. Oh, and Brady, you said, have I ever thought about time lapses? Yes, I used to make speed paints. I would like to go back to making speed paints, but I used to make them in After Effects, which I know how to use, and I am yet to find another video editing software that I know how to use. So I've fallen off it because it has the barrier of having to learn a new software. But yeah, emotes and stream notifs if we don't decide to have an active chat. Okay, anyway, with that, let's switch to DGS. Let me change the title and channel. Title and category rather. Where are you up to? DGS case, DGS 2, case 3. Our channel is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There we go. Alright, so let me switch over the music as well. We gotta have the right vibes. Let's start with Shams. Beloved. Beloved. Okay, okay. So, yeah, I just went through, I don't have a lot in the way of new theories, but I have been thinking about everything. I kind of whittled my information down to more of what's important. There's some more stuff I need to put on this version of the board, but it's much chiller. Now, something else I remembered that I don't have on here yet is that it was Strongheart who suggested that Van Zieks take on his new apprentice, which is interesting, right? And Van Zieks agreed because Strongheart told him to. I'm a dip for now. I might be back if you're still streaming during unhinged hours. Bye, Tammy. Thank you for stopping by. And he's also supportive of EVZ. So this is where I get stuck, right? Because this whole time I've been looking at Lord Strongheart and I've been like, well, he's the Lord Chief Justice, something's corrupt in the justice system. He's probably our big villain. But when I look at the actual evidence, it doesn't add up. He seems to be really gung-ho about like being able to add new ways. I don't know, I think his interest in forensic science is really interesting because that's something that can make trials more accurate. He is, like, fully denies that Barak Van Zieks has anything to do with the Reaper stuff. He's the one who's got Kazuma. Sorry. He's the one who's got the companion, the compatriot, the apprentice involved. The mysterious apprentice, yeah, we got him here. So I don't know, it doesn't, I can't work out, when I look at all of his actions, I'm like, wait a minute, this is a good guy. So I'm worried that maybe I had Lord Strongheart wrong. We'll see when we get more information. But yeah, I need to add Automol to this board as well, I don't have him right now. I was also thinking that there might be some kind of connection between the Baskervilles and the Van Zieks. More than just they were both attacked by the professor. Once again, appreciating Chippy and the Great Ace Attorney character portraits. I'm glad you like them. I think Sasaki came out so cute, to be honest. Yeah, I think there might be more of a connection, just because Barok really has very similar... Barok? Who am I? Van Zieks has really similar like fleur motifs to the Baskerville's crown. Which makes me think that there's a connection there. Right, okay, let's load up the game. We left off mid-trial, I believe. We just reached it to be continued. Right. You're cute. I'm gonna pretend like I know what's happening. Gina, I love her. I am also going to need to pretend like I know what's happening because I've forgotten everything except for the main plot. Wax! Wax! Oh, that's right, we're doing the Great Exhibition. Oh, and I need to open this on my other monitor. Let me do that. Full screen projector. There we go. Okie dokie. 23rd, I missed it. Gone. I've lost everything. 23rd October, 10:44 AM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. We adjourned because Van Zieks wanted to draw a new witness in. I've forgotten who that was. We'll find out. Mr. Bunny Brain. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. You promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. That is how hypotheses work. Hypotheses. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. Hypotheses. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Me talking about when my theories don't make sense. Well, perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Baroque? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster! Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! That we knew. Oh, but no! Wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? That's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. Van Zieks being friends with Hairbrain is such a funny image. Van Zieks is like this mild-mannered, good-tempered guy. Even as a teen, like, what? What do you mean he was like that in college? There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans from the machine with my very own eyes. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. If you look at his little name tag, you can see that he wrote Albert Heb, and then like he misjudged how long it was. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Oh. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Ace Attorney Court. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, my beloved. Ace Attorney Court gameplay, my beloved, also. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? College Van Zieks in sweatpants and overdosing on caffeine for finals? I can almost see it. Okay, 23rd October, 11 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zieks. I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. And though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder, please be Gregson, please, is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear.
If it's Gina, I'm gonna lose my mind. I forgot his name for half a tick. Gregsy? But what if Lestrade? I just didn't think that, that Van Zieks would be so generous as to call her a detective. Since she's only in training. But if it is, that would be poggers.
So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Yes! Pog, 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 pog. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Okay. Balloon? Okay. My name is Balthazar Loom. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the Esperimento stage.
My name is Wilhelm Grotzky Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
He's gotta be a ringleader, he's gotta be a little crazy, right? Yeah. Oh my god, he has a balloon now.
I'm very rich.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. I love it. Gina, again. I guess you could say he got the balloon now. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. And there were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Please protect her with your life. Oh my god, I hope Janet does not come into any more danger. She has been through enough.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
They get in a balloon. 60 feet, about 18 meters then.
Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
The view from 60 feet up.
Thank you, Reeve, for the measure translation.
It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside it. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions.
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. And there were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear.
I'm not saying Gina should pickpocket the child, but I'm not saying she shouldn't. You would have her steal candy from a baby.
Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. Okay, thanks, chat. You're right. Oh yeah, he's rich. Okay, never mind. No rights. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, a second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses.
Ah, upside down.
The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a scene, so I kept my eyes wide.
Prince of Bohemia, though, asking for war? Bohemia, you say?
I still have lots of money.
Okay. Okay. Precisely who is this curious infant? I am told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. We really need that.
Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like.
Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Do not trust children in court. Do not trust children. Get the children out of the court. What happened to your head?
Yeah, someone died.
Josh? Josh, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Okay, sorry. Never mind, go ahead. Ah, yes. Little snot-nosed boy. I miss him. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on this matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord.
A view from 60 feet up.
Okay. So. It sucked, the balloons weren't damaged. 2 explosions. Oops, no, go back, go forward. Cage appeared out of nowhere, so the cage really did fly. Or rather, it fell from the sky like a stone. Kind of implies it was raw. No, it got exploded.
I got a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the power.
Okay. Let's... I know Van Zeeks took us through it, but let's get more info on this.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yeah. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh?
I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything!
We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers.
And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that.
You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
Well, I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the ear. I looked round, and there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Oh, wait. Oh, take me over, take me over.
Excuse me.
Master Gots. Does your memory of the day differ?
Main teacher at elementary school and that when you meet... Main teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time. Excuse me.
Beloved.
You should always use their full name.
Ah, yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gottsweig Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the full names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oi, get it right, Otto, it's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah. There was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. Main teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
All Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Need a booster seat to see over the basket? Maybe he brought his own, he is rich.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the console. I will scream, cry, and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. I am the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical.
There it is. Get that child out of here. There's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police. In that case, young man, I might ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the skies that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
I want to look through our evidence, because I've forgotten what we... Evidence of the green balloon. Does that help us? Does that help us at all?
If we re-examine this, does we have anything new to say?
No. Not at all. Okay. But that's probably from the balloon, right? What else have we got? Weird contraption that was hidden there. Photograph of the victim, that's right, he looks like this. What else have we got? Autopsy report? Early Asman, around 2:20 PM. Chest pierced in the heart and also broken neck. Cool. What else have we got here? And we've got Andrew?
Oh my god, there is a dead man!
Was the screwdriver called Andrew? Okay, in the Great Exhibition newspaper and the experimentation sketch, which shows only 2 balloons. I guess one of them could be green. Okay.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? You sure about that? No, little German boy, don't witness the murder!
Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian prince.
All these questions are making me boring. The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Yeah, I had a French one that would say things like that. She was so... I think you mean bored.
Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie!
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Now die.
I will have the army come and shoot all of you stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Oh yeah, the Hindenburg hasn't happened yet. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? Beauty just sneezed on your leg 3 times? God bless. Good for her. No, I did not see the explosion myself. However... What? Wait a second, could the screwdriver fly it off and pierce the balloon? That's an interesting point. I mean, it probably... Now, I believe the screwdriver was found on the Great Exhibition stage. So probably not, but something else could have, right? Alright, I'm just futzing with something else for a second. Give me one moment. Nearly done. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Cage fell like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon next to ours. Okay, which doesn't match up with... Balloons were not damaged, but a green balloon exploded. And we have the proof of that. Okay, well...
Hold it!
So we know that's not true. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. Played the old, I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lot, with each operator manning a particular area. And the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Right. I can fill you in there, my lord.
Okay. No, I want to go back. Hold it. Objection.
Objection!
Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See? That is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible.
Well, I wonder if you might know what this is?
Ah. I think it may be the part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry? The envelope?
Pardon. That is the language. Round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Eh?
If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belonged to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
No!
Get him, Ryu!
The balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so?
Maybe everyone on board was killed.
Oh no! Having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful!
It seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Loon?
You are suggesting that I am a liar. Persons died in a balloon incident.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible.
Balthazar Loon! Balloon! You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazzy, my lord.
Fantique Brute 1! Please, please, please. Mr. Loon's balloons.
As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. The 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactement.
If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war! All out war!
Oh my god, they're going to war each other? That's so messed up. I can't believe they put that in an Ace Attorney game. What happened to All Out War? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here.
No matter what it takes.
What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness. Witnesses? Witnesses.
Okay.
No layer, every balloon he had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of his balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe, and we know that no one else was dead there. Then the last one is that he claims it's not his balloon. I want to know more about this. Who else's balloon might it be, since you said that yours were the only balloons there? You mean the color is wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. Maybe he's like Will and can't see colors. Good for him.
You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactement. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. I'm not sure if I want to pursue this one.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gods?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormsky.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was like green balloons here. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You're so... okay.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. You do not have evidence, Ragazzo. Then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh?
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious!
What? Hog. Never mind, I love rich kids, actually.
I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Eel cellar? I got nothing. Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph?
Of course! And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
That's an empty balloon.
Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
It's okay that it's sepia tones. Even if everyone else is stupid, it's okay.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of this stupid person who made the camera. What?
Look at those little dots. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Look at him go. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence.
Photograph of the balloon has been entered into the court record. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a whole fin rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying a fig.
Lovely language you've picked up.
As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. Gotta go put the little German boy in jail.
Thanks for hanging out, kids. Have a nice day.
We will baby jail him. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Yeah, tells us that the balloon is empty. And he said that they all landed safely, and all 3 of his balloons were carrying passengers. Wait. Okay. Guy in the cage, big explosion, cage goes flying. Oh.
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the colour of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right! Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a 4th balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. This balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
And there are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. The competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This 4th balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right. For them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But when no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
Mysterious 4th balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation
Objection!
stage.
Nautilus, hi! Welcome, welcome.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one, and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's gotta be more.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? Vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. To tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? I would love to tell you that if I knew. Let me have another look at the photo. Alright. So, we see smoke. We see whatever the hell this is. What were the options again? Yeah, the cause. The balloon's owner, the balloon's color, the cause. It's not the first two. There's something flying right at it. That's what that is. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault.
Evidently. Because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Is it actually the screwdriver? I guess it is after all. How did it end up back at the kinesis machine? Still. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... There's this thing. Really center that crosshair on it.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. Bolt of fire, heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear... Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
The way you are holding a gun is very unsafe. Sorry, I am begging you.
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
Unless...
Is this a crossbow?
I think it might be.
I can't seem to examine it. Oh, there we go. I can examine this.
Ah, there's some sort of lever here. There we go!
What the? What is this? Now Ryu's got the weapon. Everybody watch out.
It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too.
Hog. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
I believe that would be the crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord! Is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
You're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was.
Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No! That was a good pose. Big fan of that one. Order! Council, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
That's right. Good posture, King. By using a crossbow, the projectile could have been fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if somebody had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or... what?
Oh, goodness me!
Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. They did say it fell straight down. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
But good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment, it's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Shams and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower.
If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do we explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas-mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio?
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically.
The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident.
Who's joining in with the expertise to gang up on Van Ziegs?
Poor Van Ziegs. It was all part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Wow. Goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with.
In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time.
Got him. This would be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Ziegs can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now.
Harebrain, please don't be Harebrain. It's Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasman.
Head in my hands. Head in my goddamn hands. This is not worth it.
That was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Order! Order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine.
Third case syndrome again.
You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over.
A beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare.
I mean the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. Quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove...
Arrow! Yes?
I'll cooperate. Do whatever you say, I swear it.
So please, ensure that special dispensation... Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Uh-oh. Here he goes.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position, in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
What Professor Harebrained, my client actually asked of me, was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
This just feels like a McGilder case, just a bad taste in my mouth. I think the difference here... I'm not certain, but I am almost sure that our client, while his experiment is definitely bogus, I don't think he's the one who made it bogus. You know, he's just not a very good scientist, respectfully. And so we've got an innocent client who is also innocent of tampering with it, but his experiment was tampered with. Mr. Naruhodo.
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something.
But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact, a conjuring trick. Look, we're here to get to the bottom of this murder. I'm an defense attorney, I'm not a scientist. What we are after is the truth. And the first answer is not the truth. Choices like this do feel bad to make, though. You can't make another machine in jail? Exactly. Oh, Ryu. He's so torn.
No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down.
We are defense attorney. We defend the client till the end. Who's talking? I'm gonna take a wild guess. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Is that... Huh? That's not... Okay.
What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long.
Susato-san! But, what are you... This looks like pumpkin. How is she here? Ma'am, you're supposed to be in Japan! Gotta respect the court!
My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand.
Just working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. I'm not saying anything after Susato came in and threw you. Professor Harebrained.
Yes?
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. I don't think it was in his head, I think she's here. I think it should have been just enough time, right? After, the Ryutaro trial, for her to make her way back. Please, 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 please don't be a hallucination. Ryu's lost it. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! There goes the bottle. Thank you, Van Zeeks, very cool. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion,
Thank you, Ramen. New glasses for Van Zeeks. Don't you have something to say? Barrock! What if Van Zeek's got the same ability as Gyakuten, but instead of infinite chips, it's infinite wine set? I consider that canon. Either that or he has the world's biggest cooler underneath his desk. Lord Van Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. She's real, God bless. Thank God. Man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon.
Interesting. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me through a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine. That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Let's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence triptych here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Con man? Oh, I do love a con man. Please be hot. So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, Eggnog Dripper. That's the new character. I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense?
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone for you. Evidence. The defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Okay. That is super good. Ooh. New evidence, new person. We probably get to talk to Susato in a minute. Susato is back, the girl ever! Exactly. Now, before we talk to her, I want to quickly run and get myself a snack. Sorry, I'm very hungry. So let us be right back. Thank you for the stretch, Cheeky. I am stretching.
Oh my god, I want to talk to Susato so bad, it's unreal. To be fair, some topes look pretty tasty. They do! You're right, and you should say it.
Okay. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? You know that one TikTok cat that licks a graham cracker every Monday? That's me? I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm charmed. Good thing you're a star rather than an animal. This is true, sir. Aries, Pog. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong, you were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebble was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
You wanna send the cat? Actually, do me a favor and try it now before I give you permission, because subscribers should be able to send links automatically. And if it doesn't work, then I will give you permission. Hug! Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, VIP should be able to anyway. Easy. Hang on. How do I... Playing this on stream is too hard, I'm sorry. I see. Okay, bookmarked. Thank you.
Alright, okay.
Susato! Beloved.
Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future?
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
Don't apologize. She could maybe apologize a little for throwing us to the ground.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength that I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London.
You're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikatoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
Susato! I love her. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Don't say that! Ryu! Yeah, look at him all bouncing around.
23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. Well, I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, but it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, wrote the letter to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh! If she's here for the forensic science... Did her dad come with her? Because she doesn't have anything to do with forensic sciences. But Professor Mikotoba does. Oh, I hope he's here. That would be so fun. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. I did the dope free blog. Yeah, I miss him. You were freed from jail. I'm a defense attorney, that's what I do. I get you out of jail. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
They always put the one that I want the most at the end.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yes. For the murder of Josiah Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yes, I suppose so. Got pics! She was so cute! Ryutaro, my beloved!
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false moustache, maybe.
I don't think any moustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Osato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
Yeah, it's really good! He's like, I'm Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo's cousin, I guess. I care her so much.
I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
We're going. Oh my god, stop. Level music. Ah, where's my motherboard? Wrong color. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. 6 years in Japan. Great.
New board! Yeah. It's not, I didn't finish filling it out before stream, so it's not complete, but it is whittled down, so we have way less to worry about. Cool, 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 cool. So then we can definitely conclude this arc that goes through all three of them. Cool! Cool, 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 cool. Okay, okay. Sorry, I turned my switch off in my panic. I was so excited. Megatober information. Okay, okay.
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
In London, innit? Not Japan. Did I write Japan? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Who cares? I am full of trying to do too many things at once.
I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Susie! So you're gonna tell us how you know about the Hound of the Baskervilles, right?
It's a very meaningful look Susato sounds giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited.
Great! Both of them, cool, 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 cool. Hog.
It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikatobe is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. Who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
Yeah. When I was accused of murder.
A terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Yes, I tried to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well,
it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too.
Wait, Ali, do you? Since you haven't been here from the start, do you know the base? Vianosuke, became a lawyer because he was accused of killing John H. Wilson, Iris Wilson's father, and Iris does not know about this. So that's our fun little secret that we appear to be keeping.
He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen.
A good hidden secret.
It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organised the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Cool. Interesting as well. Does Professor Mikatoba know Lord Strongheart personally? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday, but I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Zabrat. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. We are fully on that copium. I just, I know that chin. I know that chin. I was rewatching the VOD. The way Vianosuke is like, oh my god, we've never met before, but that didn't feel like a first meeting. Could it? No, it couldn't be. Like what? Okay, I'm convinced.
I'm convinced, and if it's not, I'm gonna be crushed, because I'm gonna have to mourn him for, like, a third time. Anyway. Yes, Josiah Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Josiah Brett didn't actually exist.
Interesting. Alright, let's see us in London. Where is Lord Strongheart? Ambitious. Wants power. Yeah, it turns out she was just two swans stacked on top of each other. Funny, innit? For real, did the swan die? Like, what was up with that? Do I have Josiah? Yes, I do. Fake name. Josiah Brett. Fake name. You know what we do when we see that someone has a fake name? What do we do, guys? We go Asian. Josiah Brett, Asian. Oh, Ali, sorry, you never met her, did she? She had a live swan on top of her hat, but then she turned up dead, but unclear what happened to the swan. I do have that on my other board. I have did Asian change their name? Here's someone with a changed name. puts that on the board. I feel like there was something else I wanted to add, but I've forgotten. Oh yeah. No Strongheart? Okay, which does definitely lend credence to the theory that this little trio, perhaps quadrio, and potentially Gregson as well, were all involved in some kind of trial with Benzeeks that Strongheart made go wrong. And that's why no one can expose it, because Strongheart made it, yeah. Lends credence. That's all I'll say. Alright, back to the game.
Okay. Didn't exist. But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was...
Okay, I could have just gone forward a little bit. But I could have pressed A twice. Well, at least I got it. At least.
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either, that was the front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
Soggy Shin! Head in my fucking hands. The threads did come together. In my defense, the threads did come together like that. Yeah. Not my finest moment. Still, Asian discovered.
Is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Shin. Who on earth was she? I just think it was great. Listen, sometimes you really have to herlock. You have to connect 2 plus 2 and end up with 8.
And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere?
Yunosuke, please get on this level, okay? I know you're a good little boy, and for me it's been like 2 weeks, but for you it's been like 6 months. But I am begging you, get out the corkboard, get out the red string.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Kimbo Holmes, my beloved. What was Minnie Memo's voice again? Oh, it was down, that's right. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never. I've connected the dots. Chat, you haven't connected shit. Cotton, I've connected them. Literally, that is how it feels here. Hang on. Where's my, I just had this ready to go because of how much this is how it feels. Hang on, if I get my little, No, not that one. This one. Yeah, like this. This is exactly how it feels.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been? I am on the edge of my seat.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived.
We called it! Sorry, I'm breaking my everything. Success. It's him! It's him!
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
My AA witness breakdown. You! We got him, boys! Oh, it feels so good. Vindication! Copium my ass! I'm on straight truth. Did Professor Mikatoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
What if it isn't? I cannot be. I'm sorry. I'm well aware this may be another Asogi Shin moment. You cannot deter me. I've connected the dots. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS barrier were definitely strange. You're allowed to have your dots or simply remove anyone who yells at you otherwise. Thank you, Josh. Beloved. Finally, someone on my side around here. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? That's what I've been saying, Ryu! Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Finally! We win these. Oh, the weight off of my shoulders. All I think about all day is Kazuma Asoki still alive, and if so, how?
Still alive. It's just the how now. He's still alive. He's still alive and he's in London. I cannot be deterred now.
Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shons was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
This is the other thing I've been saying, that Sholmes is somehow, like, he's the one... He did it.
You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
Yes! Yes! Excellent! Ugh. Okay. The Asogi Shin was an embarrassing defeat. I am on a high of... You're calling Sholmes a liar? Yes, absolutely. The way that he was the one who didn't, like, call attention to... He made sure that we didn't get to see that body. I didn't realize he was the one who did the medical examination. That is just about everything. I've been saying from the start, well, since the start of my Juliet poison theory, that if he was Juliet poisoned, it would have had to be Sholmes who did it. I'm feeling very vindicated.
There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
I think he did it to keep Kazuma safe.
I think it would be too dangerous. Or something of the sort.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Except it turned out not to be true.
I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. I probably shouldn't push it now. I know how you feel, baby, but I promise he's alive. I saw him. I saw him with my own true eyes. Wait, no, don't examine. Let me out. Baby, take a look at this. Baby, I love you. About this paper, Miss Susato.
Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
We care you, it's okay. Don't cry, baby.
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Sholmes, I did the post-mortem myself and I dropped him into the sea on accident. No! No. There's no reason why his body would just go missing for no reason. If his body went missing, and his body did go missing, it's for one of two reasons. The cause of death is not what it seemed. He's not actually dead. I am hard leaning on the second one. 99%.
But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought, then.
Once we've helped Professor Harebrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far, but we should go see Van Zieks together, Susato, and maybe see if someone else is home. I really want you to look at the other side, please. 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 Okay. That was all of our conversation. Is there anything else I want to show her? Oh, I think we're good. Anything I want to look at in here?
Let's talk to Iris. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes.
Present the armband? We've done that before, so I think it would be the same dialogue. But we can do it again for fun.
I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Now, Susato, come tell us why you knew anything about this. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hallie and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? It sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm really sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk.
Once again, it all come together.
A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? A Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Dilf, dilf, dilf. Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
That you ever called me a dilf, put it out of your mind.
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholm's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Hey, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trip.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
And we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. You must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Did we get Sholmes instead? Please? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. New location, Hog. Let's see if Sholmes is downstairs.
23rd October, Sholmes Suite.
I hadn't even seen this part of the room before. Oh my god. This must be Iris's space. It's so cute. A little bird cage. A little stool. I think he's still in Waxwork jail. That sounds likely. We can go get him there.
Cute. It looks like we can interact with a few things here, but I would rather push forward with the plot than spend time investigating flavor text. Let's go to... I can't go to the prosecutor's office! We do have business there. It's, look at him. It's go stare at him. Let's go to Madame Two Spells first. Just because I want to see him. 23rd October, Madame Two Spells. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. Let's go bother him and his collection of red water. Yeah! I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay. Game does not want me to see him. Have a quick look around, make sure there's not anything else here. Alright, let's go... what have we got? I'm so beeline on get the Sholmes, get the, the companion. Okay. Let's go... let's just go down the list. Let's just go to the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh! Skinny. Straight white hair. Monocle? No. Well, unless. 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? Wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility, and the government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Ooh. Oh, ma'am. Hello. Hi, ma'am. Greetings. Greetings indeed. She must be a prosecutor? She's wearing the same... My memory is so bad. Is that badge similar to, Van Zeek's? Yeah.
Oh, she looks so good. Hand in marriage. Hand in marriage right now.
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
And she's gone. Well, I'm sure we'll see more of her. Who was that? Ryunosuke asking your questions for you, Josh. Oh, that was, yeah, the coroner. She did the... Very, very, very interesting. Okay, cool.
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe. Scotland Yard. Scotland? Scotland Yard? Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. We all like this character design is so hot. Marriage, please.
She is so... Oh my god. Oh my god. Ma'am. Coroner. Scotland Yard. Down bad, I don't blame her. Yeah, look at her. Yuri's women.
She is leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case.
She's trying to commit a crime on me so she can observe me naked. Owie! Yeah, that was the coroner, Courtney Scythe.
I wish to pass away. Okay, okay. Sudden influx of corpses in chat. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So it's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. So are we going to meet her later? Surely, right?
They didn't make a whole character design for nothing.
What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. First created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
Holly!
I support you. Miss, are you free on Thursday? If you're free on Thursday, please, 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 I'm free on Thursday. Please hang out with me on Thursday when I am free.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
Okay, a bit Reaperish, but not evil. What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally, by creating the finest police force the world has ever known. Protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. It means every word. Definitely another point in favor of Lord Strongheart as the Reaper of the Bailey.
He's going to come back and bite us.
Yeah. About Courtney?
Yeah.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. Reliable to fake evidence for you? Is that what you mean? I think she is very cool. I don't trust her. I don't trust Strongheart. My default position on Strongheart is not trusting him, and I'm starting to feel like I should trust him, but I don't want to because he's powerful and he wants more power. Why what, Ramen? Why it's gonna come back and bite us? Yeah. I just... Oof. Nervous, nervous, nervous.
More power, what could go wrong? When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman.
This is also, like, noble. And he is the one who wanted Van Zieks to take on that apprentice. And yet, he wants to be... Ugh. Authority figures are bastards in these games, it seems.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikatoba.
Okay. Yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikatoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikatoba very well.
Interesting.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yeah, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikatoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge.
Interesting. Cool, 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 cool. I don't know why, but everything this guy spills sounds so suspicious, right? It's the Lord Chief Justice of it all.
The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Nikotova studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Finn's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Dr. Eugen Nikotova, beloved. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
He was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Nikotova was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years. That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years.
Where's Desato's mom?
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
This seems to be a common thread in the friend group. Wilton did it for 10.
It was a rather turbulent time at home. Or perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Interesting. Interesting. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
Susato immediately, when she presses a few buttons, gives information. She likes to talk to me. She likes to tell me things, like Shin.
I can't believe that was 2 lines of dialogue away. I'm sorry for taking us to the murder board prematurely. It does feel vindicating, though, to know that I wrote it down right before she said it. I should have figured it out earlier, to be honest. It's okay, it's glitched. I really should have figured it out much earlier. Oh well. Oh well, we've still got other things that we might end up being right about. And plenty of things to be wrong about. Thanks, good content. I'm glad. Okay. What? Why? Come on, Ryu. Keep up, baby. I love you, but get your red string out. When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor.
I don't think I figured it out.
That's comforting. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper.
It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh my god, Ali! Oh, that's right, you showed up after that. He had a hot brother who died. I just thought Aishin would come into play later and then Susato dropped the bomb on me. Oh yes. Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. I'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. A lot of character in this game is hot, you're right. Even the ones I don't think are hot, there are people out there who will argue that they are hot. Like Strongheart. I'm certain. I know exactly the type of people that are like, oh my god, DILF. You well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Here's a DILF, not for me, but a DILF all the same. Sure. A dissolf. A dead someone would like to fuck. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. You're saying we can go meet the coroner afters? Sorry, this is a bit deranged. I have a hunch. I need to draw her in, we can do that later. But for now we'll just add her name. And we'll just add this. What do we know about her? She is the coroner. Here's my little hunch. Her name is Scythe. What do Reapers have? Scythes. Okay, point number one, she's hot, you're right, sorry. Let me move this down. I thought it read Sith. It might read Sith. You're right. I read it when I first read the name on the autopsy report. I was like, oh, coroner. It says like Scythe. Oh, that'd probably be Scythe for the like death joke. But now that I think more about it, I'm like, no, no. Okay, there you go, chat. I hope you're happy. Okay. And in a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touched nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Yeah, drop her address there. Please, 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 please. Can we go there? Can we go there? And your location has been added, but that'll be the experiment. The forensics laboratory. Cool. The time is up. Teleport's behind you. Nothing personal, kid. Ah. Forensic Science Laboratory in the basement of Dr. St. Sinner's Hospital, where Chief Coroner Dr. Scythe conducts her work. October, Forensics Laboratory. Sorry, I say both, like a freak. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nerves. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. She's got like taxidermy, skulls. Now I feel a little bad about calling her the Reaper because this is so cartoon villain. I'll disinfect there's blood on the table. It's actually, the table is actually just painted to look like that. She likes it for the flair.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato.
We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls.
Sightseeing! That one's pretty good. Okay, I've got all sorts here. I'm actually like fascinated by this lamp. I would rather do some sightseeing as well.
I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. You like me, you know you want to. Ina taught him how. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Barama doll watching over me, but that's all. I like how protective he is of his little Dharma doll. Beloved. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labelled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Sip, sip. That's what Shams will do. You gotta find out. Allie. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Yeah, sometimes when I miss lunch, I take a bite out of the cadaver. Ah! She needs Angel Star around to bring her little lunch boxes. I can't think about them together. It's too much. They are both so.
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Nuri also designed Angel Star? I am not surprised.
Oh,
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
of course.
A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. No! It is kicking my ass. I say laboratory, but I keep reading it as laboratory for some reason.
Stretch! Thank you, Cheeky. And hydrate. Plug. Big stretch.
We stretched the ram yet? I think we have. Okay, we can stretch her some more. Oh. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. She might have both. I would love to meet her and find out. Dexter's lab taught me it's laboratory. It's either. I believe it's British versus American, but I believe the British is laboratory. I could be wrong about that. Maybe she got used to it. Wow, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? I have my emojis ready for when Scythe comes. Are you about to hit that copy-paste?
You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo.
Miss Susato, aren't you told that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. Love it.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
When we saw the mysterious masked man on screen and I was like, we are not talking about it, that was actually repossessing me. It's how he copes. Copium straight from the man himself. The open book, thank you. Like, I know there's something in here. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Eh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but while one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses, or they're leaving them inside them. We know one doctor.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
Chomps eats them. That's where they're all going. It does sound like laundering. You're right. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing?
Hi.
The snake bracelet? Cheeky beat you to it, Ellie. Murder! Little sparklies. Beloved. Oh, she is so scary. I care her so much.
Mummy, sorry. Mummy, sorry.
Women. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so. So you thought you'd snoop around?
That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it?
Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmund's body, I mean. Lady with a tie and a nurse's pin? Hot. The murder board.
So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice.
And a waistcoat. Woman in a waistcoat. Beloved. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? I'd sit up on that dissection table like I was sitting on a chair so fast. Nape shown. I love her. Yeah, her hair as well. This is such a look. I'd like to see it from the back again. I wonder if it's reminiscent of the... I don't know what it's actually called, but the emblem on her tie for the nurses' union? League? I don't... Medical society? Whew. Deep breath. Victorian thirsting? Just look at her! Caduceus? Caduceus. Oh, hydrate! Okay, I take it that one's for the thirst. Thank you, Cheeky. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asmund who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower. And posture check! Oh, I was shrimping. I was shrimping really badly. Alright, feet flat on the ground. Well, without question, one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. Aslepsia? I'm gonna call it the Caduceus, because I don't know how to say that. but that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. She seems very pale. I'm gonna go out on a limb and hazard it's because she spends all of her time in her little dissection dungeon.
Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Found someone more deathly looking than Van Dyke's? Bless. Ah, fingerprints. Suddenly my mouth is open. BBC is kind of grey. They're not yet officially recognised as a forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Queen! Hello. Hi. Howdy. Wife. How you doing? Good morning. How did you sleep? Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. I'm obsessed.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? She just told us I didn't know you figure it out. It's not my job. I have not paid enough for this. Good for her. Slept pretty well. How's your returning? I'm losing my mind. Susato is back, and she confirmed that Kazuma's body just disappeared, just conveniently disappeared, just is gone. Just, oh, it didn't get off at Hong Kong. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, now we're fawning over MILFs. She is so cute. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? The personal gender bend? That's what I'm seeing. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello, to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naru-
Mama,
Yes?
can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. She's that type of person. A little less fun, but I still like her. I think I just had a near-death experience. She's psychotic, I love her. Blah.
Dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Oh my god, ma'am. Ma'am! Who on earth gave you the riot? Ice cream with the blood? Miss Faith, please. Marriage, please. Marriage, please. Commit marriage with me. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. I bet she'd be really cute when the mask is taken off. I think so too. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Okay. Okay. Cool, we got something out of that. I guess we should go back to the experimentation stage. See, where is our permit to search? Yeah! Okay, sorry, we'll just stay here. We'll just stay here and stare at her. Hi. Hi. I love you. I'm trying very hard to make a little love heart with my controller. Oh, she is so. Okay, okay. No, I want to go stare at Shams. I don't think he's back yet, but I'm gonna try anyway, and then we can go somewhere important, like the experimentation stage of the prison. Yeah, okay, he's not back yet. Soon! October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Susato, I love you, baby. You're so gorgeous. I know that you are the view. Can you please move out of the way? I really want to look at Gina and the puppy again. Allie.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Gregsy. Thank you for the hydrate queen. I will have some water. And thank you for lurking, Nautilus. Lovely hanging out.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Rear! Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart. I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. No, let her play. Oh my god, this is so cute. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. The puppy is gonna have evidence? Good. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London. Interesting.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then?
We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Haha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Oh my god, they're sending Gregson to France. Convenient that they're sending Gregson to France right as Mikotobra and Judge Jigoku are showing up. To France? We're working in the Paris Police Prefecture. It'd be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. They don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what had become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. He's a good dad.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva over here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Oh my god!
Isn't he great?
Toby's his name. After Gregson? Oh my god, she got her badge throwaway off this time. Good for her. She named the dog after Gregson?
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Toby, the goodest boy. It does sound awfully close to Tobias. Okay. Gina, tell us everything. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Toby is a dog from the Holmes canon, but I reject that and believe she named him after Gregson. I see. Yeah, I'm also rejecting it.
Stretch! Thank you, Queen. Let me stretch. Oh. Alright. Yeah, alright.
With around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes. Toby. Box! We got Toby, we got Wagahai. We've got the villain Bolshevic's mouse.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
His beans! Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh.
Like I told Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that rack.
What's it called again?
The reason we ain't supposed to touch it, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one?
That's where only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something. The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
The best thing is that you can buy a Steam profile background with both Toby and Wagahai. Beloved.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya.
You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other as far as I know.
I'd have gotten it, but I'm using the Berg Van Ziek's Cosmo one. Interesting. What was his name again? Lord Strange something.
I must disappear because I have errands to run tomorrow. Good night, Josh. Good luck with your errands tomorrow. Sleep well. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
To see Lord Strongheart?
Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Corp's office and came back sniveling.
Villain Mousevic. Beloved. Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly. Alright then, go ahead.
If it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it.
He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
So,
you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic. His Infinichips confiscated.
Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Thank you, Gina. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh.
It was a new one on me, that.
You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other code, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
The police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
Putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's given him a gut ache.
Oh dear. I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that Scowan Reaper what's always glugging down glasses with that blood-red plonk. Lord Van Ziek's. He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. I love her. She's so cute. I wonder... That's probably just because she lied, right? Suddenly thinking about where did Gina get her last name if she's an orphan? Or the Lestrades, anyone? And talk about my boy like that? What, the old devil? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-slugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on. They're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all?
Why did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Lestrade in proper Sherlock as a detective, but his name is Greg? That's where we get Gregson from. When we first met Gregson, I was like, I thought that Sherlock's rival was called Lestrade. And then Gina showed up and I was like, oh my god, Sherlock's rival in training, eventually. But that explains Gregson, Tobias Gregson. Okay. Okay. Wait, Tobias Gregson is also part of the Holmes canon? Okay, that part I didn't know about. Never mind. We've got Tobias Gregson and Greg Lestrade. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flamin' rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Tobias? How did they put it?
Bobby!
Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything.
It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson is here.
So he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have such a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I think Inspector Lestrade is just G. Lestrade in Holmes canon. Greg is from BBC Sherlock. Ali exposed. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto.
I googled it, I admit it. Okay. Oh, really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your jaws, you could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point.
I think they're a wide margin. That is us. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Otto, there's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future.
He's so cute.
Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way round. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Tobias and Lestrade were introduced working together in a study in Scarlet. I see.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? For children and to animals.
Okay, if that's the case, we know that he touched this. Can the dog smell it? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go?
Looking for this, Otto?
When did she do that?
I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon?
Give that back first, please. I do not trust you with a crossbow. Okay, apparently not. That's okay. Let's just go up the stairs. which we do by examining them. Those stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. October 23rd, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation stage.
Oh my! So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
Well, you're right about that. You'd never see such a grand reception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Is that...
Oh!
Lord Van Zieks.
What do you... What? He can't be here! The sun's out! He'll catch fire! So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Watching the thirst in chat, I'm delighted.
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have been her still will. Okay. Looks like he didn't bring his friend. I'm gonna smudge about that. Am I investigating the rubble or am I investigating his tour? I'd rather stare at for as long as I like. I give him kiss. Og. Okay, let's just start with him. Minerva. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
His legs are so long. Lord Van Zieks. What?
Well?
Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Ah,
well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Ah.
Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. I'm a bit scared to ask him about that.
Go away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
You're scary! You're scary! So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zieks. Nipponese. They always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Let's be incredibly invasive. Yeah, this feels, extremely inappropriate and rude.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean?
Is something funny? That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Rude, but perhaps deserved. Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? Well, I believe that in a roundabout way, it's the reason why my boyfriend, I mean best friend, wanted to come to England, and then he died, except then his body never turned up, and I think maybe he's still alive, so, and also maybe your apprentice. So that's my interest.
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn.
Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork, which... wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the Professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet.
We can't, okay. Okay, that's not to push further.
The police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already.
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but,
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
He was investigated 10 years ago?
Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Just on him. Yeah, just on him. It's relevant to the case. He is kind of hot.
Why was he being investigated 10 years ago at the same time as the Professor case, huh?
Don't worry, your bottom energy comes up. It happens to all of them. What?
Nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph as Drebber has been entered into the court record. Pog. Van Zieks says,
Oh! Hello? Oh my god, I saw him and I started tearing up a little bit. breathing. Oh my god. Okay. The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Maisie! Hi! Just in time. Susato, you see it, right? Look at me. Look me in the eye. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. So I'm not the only one! Masato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, maybe speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why? You can get through this alive? I am not sure that I can. Hang on, let me find the, This is just so... Oh my god. I like that Ryu gets it immediately. It is so Song of Achilles. Like, I could recognize him by touch alone, by smell. I would know him blind by the way his breaths came and his feet struck the earth. I would know him in death at the end of the world. They! Sorry, Allie. My god. Oh my god. Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture. Your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? What? Wait! Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. It very much seems that he doesn't know who Kazuma is. Okay, that's really good info. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Why would Strongheart? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. No fucking way. I'm so sorry for calling copium. In my defense, Gaslight gave you the Galba. Amnesia? I don't think I've had that. I don't. It's possible. That is so tragic. Oh, we're totally gonna have to face him in court, aren't we? If he's training as a prosecutor, something's gonna happen. Van Zeeks isn't gonna be able to prosecute. We are going to— oh my god. I can't do that! If I have to go up in a courtroom against Kazuma Osogi, and he's the prosecutor— there is something so Naruhodo boys who their crush is the wrong thing. They're a prosecutor instead of a defense attorney. Oh my god. Okay. Breathing. I'm breathing. I don't think he's got amnesia. If he does, that's juicy too. Side bit came back wrong, my favorite trope. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, queen. I'm going to drink some water. Hydrate with F, please. I call bullshit on the amnesia plot. Thank you for the head pats. Very appreciated, Ramen. Thank you. Oh my god. We'll see. Deserve it for the Kazuma trauma? Oh man, well I cannot wait to see Tony play this. Oh my god. She should be streaming tomorrow, actually. I am going to try and catch that. Let me... She won't get anywhere near here. I'm excited for her stream. Ugh. If I wake up in time, I will see you there. I've been sleeping through the exact hours at which she normally streams, but it's fine, it's fine. Alright, okay. Man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. I follow her, but I keep missing her because I'm busy. It'd be like that. What? You know what? If Asogi had amnesia, wouldn't he, like, but if Asogi had amnesia and someone acts like they know him and they say his name, he's gonna be like, wait, do you know me? Do you know about my past? Can you help me work out, like, where I've come from, why I had amnesia, what I'm doing here? But no, he's like, oh my fucking god, I've got to get out of here. Because he doesn't have amnesia! Apprentice. Oh my god, okay. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Shit, okay. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. On Strongheart's orders. What? I definitely saw a reaction there. Strongheart told him not to talk to anyone. That's true. That's true. I forgot that was Strongheart's orders. Yeah, okay. Wow. Then in my mind, the true possibilities are that he actually doesn't have amnesia, or if he does have amnesia, Strongheart has very much manipulated him in a big way. Not necessarily... See, I want to say threatened, but I don't think he would have outright threatened him. I think he would have done it with implications. Gaslight.
When Susato-san called out like that,
It really seemed to hit a nerve. Put off one copium onto another opium? Maybe so.
when she called out Kazuma-sama,
He responded. I actually... See, like, when I was... Oh my god, it's Kazuma, Kazuma's still alive. That was Blind Hope. The he doesn't have amnesia? I would enjoy myself equally if he does have amnesia. Okay, do we have anything we want to show? I don't think so. I do want to have a look at this though. Oh, maybe I could turn it over. I don't quite understand the point of the magnifying glass, to be honest. I guess because I have this on a big huge monitor. If you're playing on a Switch, I can see why it might be more important. Then what happened on the boat? Who was born? What happened on the boat? We'll go back to the murder board after this. Okay. Post out all of our conversation threads. I did genuinely want to have a look around here. That's chain.
look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. But I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? I was about to say, this music! I feel like there's something we're missing with Vanzeeks.
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
This music is- I can't investigate to this. Can I show you something? I show him my armband again. I don't know what I would present to him. Other than this, I guess. What's that?
It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all.
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Alright, I get the message. And I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Let me try Andrew. I think we'll probably get the same response, but doesn't have to try. Yeah. Oh. Okay. 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 Andrew Shim. Queen? When we got the Asian reveal, I paused 2 lines of dialogue before she revealed that Josiah Brett's name was Asian to be like, oh my god, was it Asian? Deranged. Rate this 7-piece recipe? What have you got? Seriously, sir, is there something else I'm supposed to say to you? The clown emoji! Cruel. Tuna fish chowder, heat a tin of tuna fish and a tin of sweet corn, stir, add a knob of butter and enough milk to make it thick soup. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, I know. I feel like we should just move to get rid of the music. This is far too tense for investigation. Let's go home. And then we'll go back. We'll just go back and it's the same music. We can clown Tony later. We were on the same page. It's good to have... Where were we? Experimentation stage. It's good to be friends about it, you know? You write Asian or Sogi Shin on a note and you think, this is deranged. And then Tony responds to it and she's like, wait, I was thinking the same thing. And you're like, what if I'm not deranged? Okay. Okay. We're just investigating to this music. Don't worry about it.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Interesting. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
Well, that's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think.
Despite having been in an explosion and then falling down from a great height, it's relatively unharmed.
What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. We added the whole birdcage to the court record? Just the entire thing? I just put it in my pocket.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see.
She's so smart, I love her.
And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
They drag it off stage waving at Van Zeek's like, well, we're off. Bye. Don't mind us. Sholmes. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love that he's not as good as he seems. That is so fun. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Can't believe Sholmes has done this. I can absolutely believe Sholmes would do this. Ah, depth. Oh, I'm so glad. Sholmes being a sussy little bugger right now. Ah. When we were wrapping up Game 1, I was like, Sholmes is a really cool character. I like him a lot. I'm worried that he is just going to be a ha-ha funny little, like, just a jokes man. And so, like, the level of depth that he's been given since then, I'm thrilled. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
We are forcibly removed from the experimentation stage. Can your dog smell this? No. Okay. Ah! No, ramen, I'm sorry. Let me get that for you. Yeah, Gina's little dialogue. Investigating the scene rolled over? Interesting. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Wait. No, we've had this dialogue. Okay, bizarre. We'll just skip through. Oh, never mind. Sorry. It was the same dialogue mostly. Okay, up till here. Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade?
Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do.
When it suits you, yes. Okay. I do want to have a look at this little bit of extra green. Oops, I forgot objection.lol is the link that I was saying there's an objection.lol on YouTube of someone yelling about how much they love Sean's character, and I absolutely agree. Hog. As they should. God, I love him.
Is the scorching on the ground that you mentioned?
Yes, and that's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Rear! You can really see where Phoenix gets it, huh? I suppose we should look up. I don't think there's anything.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It doesn't read the room so much as skims it. That's really good. And so the guard's giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
He's so funny today! Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. He had to pray. I may be reading too much into it, but I don't know, when he jokes around like that with Susato, it feels like when he'd joke like that with Asogi, and it makes me think that, I don't know, they've grown so much closer than they were when they first met, and Susato was like, "Did you kill my friend?" And he was like, "No!" He believes in the benevolence of God's precious baby. I care him.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
Here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. And Miss Susato, me too! When we had to go into that trial all alone. Oh my god.
I'm glad she's here now.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. You and Susato clowning on each other, new bestie.
Okay. What else have we got here? I feel like that's just about everything important. Please, can we see shops? Do we have to go to the prison first? We have to go to the prison first. I guess I'll talk to my client. Alright, 23rd October, local prison, cell 11. What's he doing?
He's... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. No. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell?
A woman? Never seen one before! Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. It was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. All he had was a fancy as a college lover. This sort of seemed that way.
Really?
Going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure.
I see a projectile graph on the back. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them! By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? No. Yeah, please stop saying diddled, I am begging you. Words mean things. Calculus and projectiles? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Esmond, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
In court this morning, I realized something. Oh? You've done something wrong without knowing it. You've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know? Arup did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Baruch wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
A fiddle for romantic music, and it's an interesting choice though. Yeah. I think I understand now. why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody else would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
He protected his friend! Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. He was just doing his job, exactly. He had to choose between declaring his friend a murderer or letting his friend be declared a fraud. And he knows that letting his friend be declared a fraud would be worse than death for him. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
Bro! Bye. Sorry, 1 second. Where are my Montos? Am I dying? There we go. Punches.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick.
For a scientist who doesn't do much thinking or research beyond face value, huh? No. God bless. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, but none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. A lot of those theorems behind him make no sense, there's no numbers, he's just recounting them. Good for him. Too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer? Or a magician? Or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
Brain more like brain, ayo, got him. He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see.
The wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
Sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Antiques, my beloved, would disown me for clowning on his best friend forever. But you give him so many wine glasses. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebba's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebba's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. And it's the fastest way to his heart, giving him wine. God bless. So you've been to Drebba's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebba there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. And the fastest way to his liver. Rest in peace, Van Zieks. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. This was incredible. Pinnacle of bottom engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. You assume he drinks it? Oh, what if, hear me out, the place? He just likes throwing it? It's prosecutor enrichment! Yeah, you have to put it in his little enclosure. Is the Crystal Tower? I wonder. I feel like that would be really hard to hide because, I mean, they just constructed it, right? They repaired it. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? You do machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. It's like giving pumpkins to big cats during Halloween so they can shred them. You know whose wine is for throwing, not drinking? Sometimes wine is for crushing. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebba, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure he never would have— Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look!
What? Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? But occasionally he may sip beer as a treat. Good for him.
I think Van Zieks can have littler wine. As a treat.
Enoch Drebba. Engineer. Sorry.
Enoch Drebba. Engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Hooray. Forgive the discourtesy of taking sippy. Still, this could be useful.
Drebba's card has been entered into the court record.
Hog, let me at it, let me at it. Aha! You have to turn it over. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebba uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Great, so we can take this to Puppy, right? Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. Excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Smear of machine oil. Hog. It's also got these little minus plus. Positive and negative? Maybe. Okay. In that case, let's go show this to Gina and see if she can give it to her dog. Screw. Where's the— there it is. About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment.
Has a card that has only name and profession, power move. Good for him.
I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleed and trouble... Actually, Gina, It's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. I believe in you, Gina. Go girl, get that literacy. You can do it. Sure. I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. Doesn't he have, like, cloths like that on his clothes? Maybe they're his logos? Maybe. Where'd he go? Oh yeah, would you look at that? Plus minus logos. Little plus with a dot. Good eye, Maisie. Sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? A big old battery. He's positive all the time. Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Oh no, you're too cute, I can't handle it.
Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff, baby. I love you.
Who sniffed that text box, baby?
I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop?
Out of Toby when? Next time I do sticker sheets, I'll put him on there. I want to do ones with, Gina and Gregson. I might dedicate, like, 2 entire sticker sheets to Sholmes. They match, they're so cute, I love them.
That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy Engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Oh, poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. She's so cute, I missed her! Welcome back, Susato! Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
You and me both, baby. It's been like 20 minutes. I can't believe it. Take me back to him. Yes, it's quite possible that he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Let's go have a confrontation. Oh, I hope they're mad at him. 23rd October. Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Gets to see him hard at work.
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet.
Sholmes, explain! Explain!
I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. By the confectionery, of course.
Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? I'm so excited to see him again as well.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
No, indeed it wasn't.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Can't get this, Susato. Look, you can just kick him. He doesn't feel a thing. Aha.
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel.
Both of us. 2 spells and scythe, please.
My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean?
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Allures. Do not disturb, huh?
Oh, Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Double date, but in both of their dates and they're dating each other. The dream! Let me at him. I wanna go for the throat.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Idiot. Moron. I hate you. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. What do you... Can we go to see the returned waxwork? I'm really curious. Absolutely. If I try and leave after we talk to Sholmes, remind me again. Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes! Susato-san! Susato-san! She fainted. You and me both, babe. Good. Look guilty. Idiot. Moron. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. Those tomatoes? Yeah. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. Bro. He's hungry. I'll cook you food. Babe, I love him. Please, sit down. Let me fry you some food. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. He eats the tomatoes I throw. Wait, he threw the... How does that post go? A woman at the bar tries to throw her drink on my face, but I catch it all perfectly in my mouth. That's him. Beloved. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes! It's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away.
I put in my soup cauldron, but he keeps eating my soup ingredients. Exactly! You walk past two spells and you hear like this rhythmic like thwack thwacking, and it's her whacking him with the stick of her broom because like stop eating all the potatoes.
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms and, in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
She puts him in the wax cauldron, but he eats all the wax! Why is that so in character? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs. The stolen waxwork. I'm thinking the waxwork is involved in the case, right? It's part of how this guy was able to appear in two places at once. Always meant to be returned. He would be a slime YouTuber in modern day, but after he makes the slime, he eats it on camera and rates them? Ah! They are not always edible. You would think that he would just make edibles. No. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Oh, Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Kazuma's death. Ooh, I'm so excited. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh. Today, guys, we'll be eating this crunchy slime. I love him. I love him! He is so stupid.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
Swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. Blue slime 1 out of 10 poisoned me and sent me to the ER, but 1 point of blame. I love it when she smacks the book. She's so precious. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Yes, Drebber's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself, and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. I love him. Have we shown him the armband yet? We'll get the Drebber stuff out of the way, before we tackle the Kazuma stuff. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
I love it. You've never jumped to conclusions before, idiot moron. Yeah.
The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
Can we talk to him about that? No. Okay. Peculiar.
Sholmes engages in racism against the Englishman. We've got to balance it out.
Okay, I guess I can't quote him for more info on that. I feel like I've shown him the armband before, but I want to again. Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. Okay. With advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, 3 per item is a consultation fee? That's 2 hours of gas, that is. I like that Ryu just measures everything in gas now. Okay, yeah, cows on the time. Deep breaths, chat. I'm going to drink some water. Mr. Shams, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, hey, that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
You'll have to be more specific. I've lied to you so many times, my dear fellows. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Osogi. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama.
You must have known at the time, Mr. Shams.
That he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it would not, Mr. Shams. I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Shams. Will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Baby girl, you are so insane, I have feelings for you. I like how fast you sent that. I don't know if I started it for longer than I thought I did, but to me it implies that you typed it in advance because you knew it was coming, and I think that is so valid. Baby girl, what? Yeah. Love it. Please, Mr. Shams. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh. Well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? I've been brainrotting over this for a good month, please, I need to yell. I'm going to be brainrotting over this for the next year. Oh my god. Great detectives that want to lie? Ah! What is what? I'm in love.
Okay. Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out.
Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Shams? Surely you need only look at my expression. You're certain if this is seriousness or silliness? I can never tell with you, that's the point. How many times has he lied to you, I wonder? What is he hiding? That is exactly what I would like to know. I think he's probably lied about Wilson at some point. I'll have to go back. I'll have to rack my brain for everything he's ever said. Allie! How dumb is he really? Oh, not at all. I mean, I feel like during our, what are they called? I can never think of the whole name, but the spectaculars. Like, if he was alone, he would just get everything right at the first try, but he's like training Ryu. Oh my god. Okay.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, a special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Okay. I wonder if, just because of his reaction before, I wonder if the professor is going to look very much like Enoch Drebber. I'm hoping it doesn't though, because there are other people I would be much more excited to see it look like. The Dance of Deduction or his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular is what I was looking for. Thank you.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
What does he look like? Were those heavy curtains at last? $5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Shom slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
I want you to know that my phone tried to autocorrect Spectacular to Spectrum, which is also valid. God bless. Logic and Reasoning Spectrum. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Please don't say diddling detectives. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Okay, deep breaths. Ramen! 23rd October, Madame Dispel's special exhibit. Of course the fucking head is gone. But okay, who have we here?
Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
So no head? Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. They are a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective. Stop. The nerve of the great detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Yeah! New music? This one's scary.
Be that as it may.
Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But, wow. Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Okay.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Hog? This is really cool. May I see his face? A little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay. Look at that monocle. Ah, and there is a little plus. Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay. What can I actually examine here? The hand?
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Sato,
Yes?
that's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
It's a stepladder. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What indeed was Enoch Drebber doing in the graveyard? What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shom's skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shom's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Susato! Get it, girl?
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Okay. We've got that to look over afterwards. I can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just...
Do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes! It's Enoch Drebber.
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. Choms or two spells? Indeed it is. Choms. His hair got white after the event? Yeah. Mr. Choms. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. Not a surprise. But then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Can I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Am I gotta go to a graveyard for a free bleach? Bug.
You know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't even ever really have happened, could it?
Did No. I'm jumping to a lot of conclusions here. I wonder if maybe the professor was like quote unquote executed, but the execution was wrong or something like that, or maybe Scythe happened to cover it up if she was around back then. Hog, okay, please tell me. I've got nothing here. I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago.
I hate when he does that, Sprite. What are you hiding, bruh?
I love when he does that, Sprite. Please tell me what you're hiding.
I love him.
Cool. Please tell me things. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty.
Almost 1 AM and I have a lecture tomorrow. Good night, Allie. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Love you.
All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
The Baskervilles weren't victims.
Oh! I see.
The mini Scythe pic, sure thing. And before you go...
Wait, you're staying. Okay.
Okay. Oh gosh. An enormous hound. How awful. Yeah, Hound of Baskerville, right? This has got to be the one with the collar. Was it... I assumed that they were one of the victims and that the dog's collar had been stolen. No. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
I was a witness.
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Spell's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumours abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumours abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlour tale.
But why did people stop believing it? Looks like a little flower. Yeah, he's got the same on the top of his glasses. Iris has it a lot of her designs. And when he turns on his little goggles and they light up, it's got the same design in there.
It's so cute. I have studied him like a specimen. Hi, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. Wait, what do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings.
Good night, Ellie!
The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
Thank you for the posture check. I am sitting well. Thank you for the hydrate. I will drink some water.
Nuri says Shom's crest is a cogwheel protecting the flower. No! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's too cute. Oh. Okay.
That would mean Mr. Drebber
Ali, go to bed.
must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. How striking then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. Except we've just seen someone come back to life. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I suppose we can't get you to say anything else about this? Wait, can we present the... Let's investigate this.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Oh, Professor Mikotova. There's blood on this.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my!
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Interesting. Can we get the photo plate up? Oh, look! The cover came open!
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There is no plate. It's been removed.
Oh, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. We'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san. She looks devastated. Okay. Anything else? Any extra secrets? Looks pretty clear to me. Okay, I want to present this to Shams. Mr. Shams, about the... Okay, no. He doesn't care. I'm trying to help you with your case, bro. Okay. I guess that's everything here. Where do we go next? I'd love to get a hold of, Dina. I don't know how we can possibly find her. Perhaps we go home and see what happens.
Nothing happens here. I don't want to examine, that's okay, thank you. And nothing at home? I'd love to talk to Susato about everything that's happened today. But no, it appears not. Okay. What's this? What last thing are we missing here? Oh my god, examine the waxwork! I forgot I wasn't done! Thank you, Ramen! There was a ladder? I got so caught up in the oh my god, the professor, that I forgot that we were literally actively examining something. No, don't move, just examine. Yeah. What would I do without chat? Check the Ripper stage. Right, okay, well, we'll have a look at that too. I haven't looked at this one yet.
This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
Waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Hog, this one too? Okay, 139. Oh, we don't get to spin it.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
We have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato. Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sharm's absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it.
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum?
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Would there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece, too. There it is.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
Hourglass! I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps it's part of the Crystal Tower, because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example, like the Crystal Tower.
Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Huh. It really is under the Crystal Tower. Okay. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Makes you think. Huh. Cool. Cool. Okay. Big scream. Gina! Pog. What the bleeding Nora, Otto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so...
Oh my god, she fired it.
Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so...
Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. God bless. I love her.
Poking. Big smad. Yeah, it's Iris's gun. Sorry, I got scared.
Should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that dodgy Cove's workshop!
What? You found Drebber's workshop?
Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on! Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then. See you there.
Shams, you're gonna come, right? Please? He's sulking. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Lonely. I'm lonely. Someone please talk me.
Yes.
Get him, Ryu. Let's go, Mr. Shams. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! There's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Shams, then.
He wants attention. He wants to be invited. I think this is my favorite. Like, I don't know. This is the best personality trait. No one else... I've never seen another character that is this whiny, but it's actually, like, cute and not annoying.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Right, let's go.
Beloved Blobber. Alright, 23rd October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. But only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles.
It's Tobia who's the miracle worker.
Snip, 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 snip.
Woof. Eyes scrunched shut? Bro? Are you okay? Ah, thought you lot would shot before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
Sorry, Inspector. Is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Then again, I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Shams. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Aww, Gregson. We observe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. The head is here, probably? I think so too. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
Lulu's change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Tobia, my dear fella.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Cool. I don't appear to be able to look left and right. Let me, drag my little head out of the way. Got it? Okay. Anything important behind me? Trophy. That's it. Cool. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Is that a mini tank in the background? Maybe. Would you like a massage? Yes. Yeah, yes. Please? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear. But there's much more to this, Mr. Enoch Drebber, than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
You really want to touch you? Please? 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 Okay, prestigious award. Anything funny about it? Royal Society, blah 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 blah. Nothing interesting on the bottom. We've got like the plot. Can I open it? You look like you open. Nothing? Oh! Okay, we'll have the plaque. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Okay, what else we got? Model airplane? What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh. Well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported.
So to you the solution is ever taller towers?
To be fair, people didn't believe aeroplane is effective for flying from place to place. I do not blame them. I love aeroplanes, I still do not believe they are effective. How the hell does that thing work? Oh, we got the arrows, that's cool. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside.
What? Do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. I thought Wright brothers are dumb. I also think the Wright family is kinda dumb. Yeah, Orville, and... I've forgotten the other one, I used to know. Wilbur. Just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Okay. Cool. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I can have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. No one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Of course he knows how to lockpick. I thought he was just going to kick it down, to be honest. He does say on the ship that he just loves to kick a door down when the mood is upon him.
Oh,
Is something wrong, Mr. Sato?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it no. What do you reckon, Toby?
AP! Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Oh my, somebody is in there.
Ugh, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were counted, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh my god, he is lockpicking? Oh my god! Okay, I'm sorry, Sam. I should have given you more credit. That's on me.
I just know that you like to be dramatic.
There. You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency.
A little family chase. We just need Iris.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you will seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes.
Oh! What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
There ain't no one in here after all. We've got to go, guys. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. There do be shoes on it though. What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Blow me! What have we here then? Did the whole room rotate? Looks like someone was trying to burn through something in a hurry. Guys! There are 3 detectives in this room. Vincent says blow me. Yes, sir. There are 3 detectives in this room. Look at them! Oh my fucking god.
That looks like a set of blueprints.
For what? That Professor Hairbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? 3 detectives, but only 1 brain cell, and Ryu has it? And Ryu's not paying attention! You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate this entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Yeah, there's something I'd like to investigate here. I clicked on Sholmes, didn't I? No one. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Okay, yeah, okay, to be fair. We're in the old times. They didn't have Hollywood. They haven't seen a bomb. Okay. I'll give them some more slack. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me, but... Miss Susato, what's the matter? Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... a time bomb? Sorry, but the brain cell made its way to Susato, thank God. What is a time bomb exactly?
Eh?
You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a bomb that goes off at a certain time. I won't take that as a compliment.
You don't know nothing, do ya, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Awooga! Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
But how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He scrunched. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's blow with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
Gregson is me right now. Okay, well, I am more like this, personally. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
Random deduction around a time bomb. This feels bad. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. God bless. Alright. Topic 1. Flipped furniture. Conclusion? It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here. Og, safe passcode. It's gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. But the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. I'm in love. I'm literally in love. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine the other day, in fact. Bro? Bro?
But why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The source is a dream he had. Insane, I'm in love with him. Oh my god, I care him so much. A dream he had. Sir, I want to study you. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Sir, I made it up. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. And you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Conclusion? Because gravity was reversed. I am so heart-eyed right now. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. This is so sexy. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling, which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun. Topic 2, missing engineer. Conclusion, escaped via the skylight. Thus concludes Harlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Just fall off the bed asleep again. I love him. I bet he had so much fun just then. I bet that was like the time of his life. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Well, the thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? Susato is speech right now. Yeah. The problem with Susato and I is that we are both simps, but in different directions. She is like, oh my god, he's perfect. And I'm like, oh my god, he's so fucked up. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. There it is again. However improbable it may seem. Huh? It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato let me once.
Objection!
Susato objection! Beloved!
Well, actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find the ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Flipped furniture because gravity was reversed. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I found the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay. Inverted furniture. We've got a perfectly upright vase here. Isn't that interesting? Well, well. I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Look at that!
I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself. They're completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. This is so cute. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. I have to save my favorite moment. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Click. Poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did that. Somebody turned all this furniture over, so whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
Okay. What else have we got? A safe combination, that's interesting.
Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely. That's so cute!
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
I assume this is why it was turned over.
Take that!
Bruno, you're an English major. He's doing his best.
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it! The people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it! The people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget why they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know.
I couldn't remember which magazine I'd put the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Oh, Ryu. Just looking around. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Trevor overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Naruhodos really are some of the men ever.
Okay, to find the safe combination.
Topic 2. Missing engineer, escaped via the skylight. Sorry, I popped out on Sweetie Hype Squad duty. Cute.
Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did the footprint get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
We've got 2 Susatos right now, Pog! More than ever before.
Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Susato! Pog.
2 of them, 2 of them.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place.
Okay. Got balloon. Got... Interesting.
It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look.
Oh yes! And there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
Well, if so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling, though?
Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Is this why? This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too, look.
Oh yes. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Okay. I guess the shoe.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
Green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data.
The camera movements?
They're so good. I feel like this one is better than normal.
It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotz claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely, the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. Very satisfying camera movements make the dance of deduction feel way more fun. Yeah, I think this is my favorite dance of deduction yet. Mine too, absolutely. And I love that it's just the three of them. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers the solution. Tick, tick, tick indeed. The rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to a rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. Should we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. The man had only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Is it the head? Oh, looks like... Ah, what the? A waxwork? Head! So head? Unsmashes skateboard? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you've largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. Here. You're on the line. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans pit, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Waxwork has been entered into the court record. Oh, hi! How are you? Emily, how you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm afraid this is an absolutely horrific place to come in. We are so far into lore.
Unless you played DGS, in which case, hi! Great place to come in. How you doing?
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows.
No, I still have never played an Ace Attorney game.
We are very spoilers. Fair warning.
This is our beloved, the Soap Eater. He's very dumb. I know you're a Mirage fan, so I think you're bound to like him as well. Also, good that you remember me.
Yeah, because Ronnie knows you, right? Well, Cloud, welcome. Thank you for following.
Type C, my beloved. Best themes. I really like your art. I don't like Apex much. I Apex a little bit, but I really admire your art. I thought your little PNG tuber guy was part of the game.
No, this is just me. And yeah, Small Glow Cloud, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to have you with us. I love it.
Oh my god, the Sherlock transformation.
Thank you, Queen. I love Ace Attorney.
Then you are in the right place. We are all Ace Attorney here. I love you, I heart you. For real, I admire it. Sometimes I just sit there and I talk to Ronnie, I'm like, oh my god, but this one was so cute.
Okay. Matchy.
All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
Must be the safe, right? The North room. I should double check. No, yeah, it's the same. I suppose he could be in the wardrobe, actually. That would certainly fit him much better than the safe, and he would be able to breathe. Actually, the wardrobe.
Just like us!
Review. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that.
Yes. You had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you?
We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery.
Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. You could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
I think it's gotta be. We'll look at the safe, but I think it's the wardrobe. How would he have shut the safe behind him? Exactly. How does he get out? I figure he's got his little tricks up his sleeve. So proud of Enoch Drebber for coming out. Good for him. Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plans and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Okay.
Take that!
No? Alright, Mr. Drebber, come out. Oh. He's not in there? Not there, Mr. Naruhodo. But I don't understand. Wardrobes are where you hide. I know this. You could always climb inside yourself. Please, don't mind us. Do go ahead. I know how fond you are of wardrobes. I'll think of something else. Thank you very much. Okay. So it is the safe. I was right the first time. The reason I thought it was the safe was because when we first heard it, there was like a really metallic door closing sound. Don't pressure the man to come out, he's closeted. Dom's gate are real. It takes one to know one. Why could Mr. Drebber be hiding? I'm sure that we've already come across a clue that reveals the answer, you know?
Yes, it was when we deduced why all the furniture in here was upside down, wasn't it?
That gave us the answer, I'm sure. We're very close now, Mr. Naruhodo. I can sense it.
Okay, it is the safe, because all of
Take
it is
that!
it.
Ryu was the gay icon all along.
Good for him. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. I have no idea how he expected to get out. What is wrong with him? Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Alright, conclusion? Inside the safe. Deduction complete. Elementary.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 143252.
I knew that! Alright then, here goes.
Gaia quiet.
Is he dead in there or has he been hearing us clowns the whole time? I believe he's been hearing us.
Bruno, don't lie, you can't even remember 3 numbers? Yeah,
Asogi proved it. Not even in one.
Alright.
You found me. What? Oh! Oh, I really like this guy. Oh, I really like him. Little clockwork guy. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Absolute banger of a character. Oh, look at his hand go! Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god! Okay, I was completely unenthused and I went from caring like 2 out of 10 about him to caring like 9 out of 10 about him. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Yeah, can we please solve the bomb? Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. His animations are so cool. I left it in a most prominent position.
Yeah, we were like, oh, we don't care what that is.
For some reason, oh my god. Ah. I see. Stunned silent. You're all gearing up to die with me then. There was a bomb here, and we walked in and I was like, oh my god, a bomb, and everyone was like, I don't see it. And then Susato was like, I see it, and Sholmes was like, that's not a bomb. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare! That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already! Are you trying to help us get a killer, or get us killed? Of course he can defuse bombs. His evil smile is cool, I think so too.
Mr. Sholm's deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Oh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, you are so cool. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. He moves like a TikTok dancer. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. So, Sholmes, you found me. Remember that time we almost died, besties? Good times, good times. Deranged. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. TikTok dancer, but actually TikTok. Look, work. Oh. For some reason, I'm working fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, though I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
Case 3 introduces so many banger characters. I'm vibing so much right now.
And after that you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this past ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
We have to get this guy some papers so he doesn't use his furniture. Yeah. You don't want to be nailed by the police? What about by the great detective?
Got a death wish, have ya? Hide him right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe?
I've had us that we forget about.
No, ramen?
I'm so worried about him. My boy.
It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
Because it's safe.
So in fact, the safe is the only safe place.
Haha, Sholmes, you are so funny. Oh my god. Safe like safe, but like the other safe.
Precisely.
But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. Safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Master Disciple best character though. Master Disciple. Twirls my hair, Sholmes, you're so sexy, uh-huh. Yeah.
Ah, so it is.
He has a brain cell.
Unbelievable. I can't believe this guy would have a brain cell. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance, and set the device accordingly. A magician never reveals his secret. Except for me, he has all my secrets. Enjoy. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Get his ass, Gregson. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the true incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. He's an engineer, he documents all his secrets but puts them under copyright and NDAs. Good for him. God, I love Sholmes, my beloved. I care him so much, it's unreal. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Love how cool Jabber acts after we just deduced all that stuff about him throwing the shoe and hiding in the safe. I love him. He's like, yeah, I'm cool, I'm chill, I'm cool. He is not cool and chill and cool. Add in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. Capcom really knows how to make banger characters and banger themes. They are so good at it. I've been kissing. That's enough. Oh! Wife! Wife is back. Wife Scythe. This is the coroner. We have just met her. I'm in love with her. Sorry that you just got jailed for MILF ramen. There you go. That's you free. Oh my god. She is so... What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well. Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Oh, they do know each other! Hello, Sholmes. Sorry, wait, no, I want to do that with more disgust in my voice, hang on. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. Queen, you okay? Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Why? Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. The whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. This lot disarmed. Inspector. He's sticking up for us. One little smooch, please, please, please. Kiss, kiss. Which other Ace Attorney games have you played, if any? I have played the trilogy, Ace Attorney 4. I have played about half of Ace Attorney 5. I have seen a little bit of Ace Attorney 6. I know nothing about investigation. Oh, and I haven't played Professor Layton either, but I would very much like to. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Gina? Gina, put that down. Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you... That one?
You mean...
Oh my god.
If I recommend after this game? Interesting. I was thinking we'd do investigations or later next, but I haven't picked which one.
This is really bad. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Gonna cross Crystal Tower blows up off the murder board. To be continued. Ah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. It is pretty late. We've been going for 5.5 hours, so I think I will call it here. But before we stop, I'm going to revisit our little murder board. Let me bring that up. Get us some music. Deduction type C. I'll take it. Murder board time. Okay. Let's look at the old one for a second. Sorry. Welcome everyone who hasn't seen the murder board yet. We are red stringing this game together.
Good night, Cheeky. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, okay. So. Stretch, yes sir. And hydrate, yes sir. Okay, so. Some of this we have now managed to confirm over the course of the last 5 hours.
Cool. So, we can finally confirm this, at least. Let's just use nice big letters there. And let's add in the little note about amnesia. Oops, I can spell. Doubt. Ramen. Asogi Shin. Okay, Ishin, not the professor. I don't. My stupid writing this in moments before I found out it was real. Let's just let's put that in our. It actually is text. Let's put that in our fax text. Shin. Okay. So we can finally ignore this because we know that this is Josiah. What does this tell us about? I feel like this sort of throws everything I had so far for this note on its head. Which makes Aishin dead as hell. Gregson, I'm really nervous for you, buddy. He's going to France. Shit, Gregson's getting sent to France. I need to add that on. Okay. Went to France. Okay. So, on our note, we have someone Asogi. Could be Kazuma, could be someone else. I don't know if I'm going off on a completely stupid tangent. Maybe Van Zieks actually is just a racist. Did this one day do the real questions? Look, some things want to answer. Okay. So my theory that K stands for not Kazuma. It's like his father or something. I mean, it's mostly built on the fact that I just don't think that Van Zieks is that racist. I don't want to believe that he is just holding a grudge against any Japanese person. But I suppose he could be. I suppose it doesn't necessarily have to be that Kazuma had some kind of person, since we now know that Aishin is Josiah. Van Zieks racist? No way, how did you realize? Well, it was something about all of the Nipponese comments. So, how old was Josiah? Don't you talk about my man like that? I'm sorry, Queen. You've got to, like, I think he's a good person, right? We've got to we've got to address the fact that he is very much a all Japanese people bad because one Japanese person fucked me over. He's very condescending about it. Okay. Okay. He looks like a vampire, however, exactly. Okay. Oh, that was the other thing we found out. This is technically a murder weapon, I believe. Not in like a literal sense, but since the professor was using a dog. Okay. Murderer used large hound. Okay, what else have we got? Ah, we know that Mikotoba... Wait, did I already add that? Mikotoba has a copy of Hound of the Baskervilles. Which is certainly something. Okay, what else do we have here? I feel like we discovered so much. We managed to confirm so many theories and throw a handful of other theories out the window. That now I'm like stuck. I can't jump to his defense because spoiler. Look, leave my boy alone. Look, I think he's a good person. He's just not everything. I gotta get bundled up to work, but I'm so glad I jumped in. I'm loving the vibes. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope we see you again. Enjoy work. Your notes for Seth, Hot, and MILF. Yes, to be fair, I was bullied into writing that by chat. Initially, I just wrote Coroner. Bye, Cloud. Okay. Okay. What on earth have we got here? Scythe is Hot MILF. God bless. Hot MILF with weird child. Okay. Thank you, Maisie. That's a very important note. Okay, Sholmes knows everyone. He knows Harrock, he knows Gregson, he knows Wilson, he knows Mikotoba, which means he probably also knows Judge Jigoku. Since we were able to confirm that connection finally. Scythe. Did I write no Scythe? I'm dumb as a rock today. Thank you. Knows Sholmes. They both start with an S. Oh my god, how many? Please. Okay. Can we eat this after such slander? There you go, queen. Okay. Okay, okay. To be fair, he does live in London and works somewhat alongside the judiciary and police. True, true, true. I just... Man, everyone's gonna... If I were to, like, actually draw lines to everyone, all of them would center in on Sholmes in the end. And isn't that interesting? Looks like he's jealous like the cat. That's horrific. Okay. Kazuma! Mr. Osogi! Roar! Oh. Okay. 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 Sholmes is the villain? Sholmes has gotten weird lately. Sholmes, very much, he was like introduced as a little jester character. You know, he's like, haha, I am so stupid and funny. I'm the great detective, but all of my deductions, like, they don't make sense. And then you slowly find out, like, that he knows more and more and more than he's letting on, and then he's, you know what, I need to add that, actually. What was the exact phrasing? Great detectives. Want to lie. Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry, that is habit. I never get to write want. As in, want. Okay. Okay. I just cannot get my head around Strongheart, honestly. He's so... I feel like he must be the villain, but then he seems so... All of his actions say otherwise, but then he really wants power, and Where's tomatoes? You deserve this, King, I'm sorry. You do. Sorry, they're not whole tomatoes, I'm just throwing slices at you, I don't want to end you. I was dumbfounded, to be honest, who even uses want in normal conversation. I mean, the same guy who's like, my good fellow! Indubitably! He's a bit pretentious. DJ, hi! Yeah, we've had a hell of a stream. We had some big reveals. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have a big think about what Aishin means for us in regards to this note. It does damage my Kazuma theory just a little bit because Josiah's not of the right generation. Where's Crafts? Choms? Just like Score Bunny. Okay, okay. I've got a lot of thinking to do. Coming from the same bitch who says, "Upon my word, and my dear fellows, I expect it from him." I think he's allowed to say dumb shit. Okay. The professor. I don't understand, why... What's his name? I've forgotten it already. Why Cool Clockwork Guy was like, I need to see under the mask, but I can't get through the locks. Why would Madame Tussauds know what his face is? Why would it be accurate? Shouldn't it just be like a plain... Drebber, thank you. Enoch Drebber. I just can't make this make sense. It really felt like Van Zieks had a personal grudge against Osorgi specifically. But he hasn't, like... How else would Osorgi specifically tie into this, though? We just don't have enough information. Like, I can theorize about this night and day, but at the end of the day, unless I'm missing something major, which is possible, it's completely possible that I've forgotten something or I'm overlooking something. I just don't think that we have the information about why it's Kazuma specifically, why Mikotoba wanted Kazuma to go, why Kazuma maybe is mentioned on the note. And so I'm just doing my absolute best with what info I do have right now. The further I get into it, the less things make sense. Brad Van Zieks doesn't know who Kazuma is though? No. He heard us say Kazuma Osorgi, so if the name Osorgi meant something to him, I feel like he would have, like, not said something, but I feel like he would have reacted. And he was weird, but not quite in the sense that he would be if he suddenly found out that he only heard you say Kazuma? Interesting. Okay, never mind, I'm back on my bullshit then. I'm back on my personal grudge against the Osorgi family. K does not stand for Kazuma theory. Okay. Alright, I don't have a lot of changes here then, at this point in time. I still don't know, I think... Look, Shams is a little freak. I think that whatever he did it to protect... Maybe not necessarily Osorgi specifically, but he did it for the greater good. I don't think that Osorgi has amnesia. It's possible. It's juicy if he does, and he did get head traumatized. He did very much suffer head trauma, but I don't know. There's something else going on there. Okay. Anyway, let me have a look online and see who is streaming. Find someone to raid. If anyone in chat has any suggestions, please feel free. Good night, DJ! Thank you for stream roller coaster of emotions today. Yeah, it has been so much.
Good night, Alan. Good night, Emily.
Let's see. Kazuma confirmed. Thank God. I was on the verge. Chat saying copium. Unbelievable. Cruelty. Is anyone streaming Ace Attorney right now? There's a question. Sorry, I have to turn down my Spotify audio so I can listen to the stream for a second. It looks like this person is streaming Ace Attorney, and it looks like it is my absolute favorite case. Spoilers for Ace Attorney 1, if anyone would like to avoid those.
Alright, okay. Thank you so much for hanging out. It has been lovely. This was such a stream. Thank you, Maisie. Good night, everyone.
Yes, 1-4. It is very much 1-4.
Alright, love you guys. Good night. Bye.